The first Saturday of December dawned cold and crystalline over Hogwarts Castle. Harry Potter woke to find frost patterns etched across the dormitory windows. Not ordinary frost, but the kind that formed deliberate shapes. Today's designs depicted tiny broomsticks and what looked suspiciously like bottles of butterbeer. Someone in the castle, perhaps the castle itself, was feeling festive. "Ron, wake up!" Harry threw a pillow across the space between their 4 poster beds. A muffled groan emerged from beneath Ron's covers. "It's not time yet. 5 more minutes." "It's Hogsmeade Day." Ron's red hair appeared first, followed by his freckled face, eyes suddenly alert. "Hogsmeade? Blimey, what time is it?" He fumbled for his wand on the bedside table, nearly knocking over a photograph of the burrow in the process. "Tempus," he muttered, and golden numbers shimmered in the air above them. 7:30. "We've got loads of time before—" "Wait, no we don't." Hermione said to meet her at 8 for breakfast. "She'll have our heads if we're late." Harry grinned, already pulling on his warmest jumper, the one Mrs. Weasley had knitted him last Christmas, deep crimson with a golden lion. The Gryffindor common room had been cozy when they'd tumbled through the portrait hole near midnight after a marathon exploding snap tournament, fire crackling in the hearth with house elves tending it through the night. Now, in the early morning quiet, the circular room held a peaceful quality. Enchanted snow drifted lazily past the windows, though they were 7 floors up. Hogwarts magic, Harry had learned, didn't always concern itself with logical things like gravity or weather patterns. The 2 of them clattered down the stone spiral staircase, past tapestries depicting various Gryffindor triumphs and a suit of armor that appeared to be dozing, its metal chest rising and falling with artificial breath. The castle was waking slowly. Early risers, mostly Ravenclaws, predictably, hurried past with arms full of books, and nearly headless Nick drifted through a wall, humming what sounded like a medieval Christmas carol. "Good morning, young sirs," Nick called cheerfully, his head wobbling precariously on the strip of ghostly flesh that kept it attached to his neck. "Off to Hogsmeade, I presume?" "Ah, to taste butterbeer again. Not that I can taste anything, you understand, but the memory lingers." He sighed wistfully before floating upward through the ceiling. The great hall was already filling with students, though the ceiling showed the pale pink and gold of early dawn rather than full daylight. Enchanted candles floated above the 4 house tables, and the usual breakfast appeared in stages: platters of eggs, rashers of bacon, towers of toast, bowls of porridge that stayed perpetually warm. But today, something extra had been added. House elves, invisible as always in their work, had outdone themselves. Silver dishes held cinnamon buns glazed with honey, gingerbread that released puffs of spice-scented steam when broken, and carafes of hot chocolate so rich and dark they looked like liquid warmth. "There you are." Hermione's voice carried a note of fond exasperation. She sat halfway down the Gryffindor table, already dressed in a warm burgundy jumper and practical winter cloak folded beside her. A mug of tea steamed at her elbow, and she'd claimed spots for them by strategically placing books as markers. "I was beginning to think you'd sleep through the whole morning." "As if we'd miss Hogsmeade," Ron said, sliding onto the bench and immediately loading his plate with everything within reach. Especially not with Christmas coming. Honeydukes always has special things this time of year. You're not just going to spend the entire day eating sweets, are you? Hermione asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Course not, Ron replied, through a mouthful of eggs. I'll spend some of it drinking butterbeer too. Harry laughed, reaching for toast, and watching the enchanted snow continue its gentle descent beyond the high windows. Students chatted excitedly around them. Hogsmeade weekends always generated this particular energy, but the proximity to Christmas amplified everything. Third years compared lists of what they needed to buy. Older students made knowing references to shops and secrets, and the general atmosphere hummed with anticipation. Morning, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Neville Longbottom appeared at Harry's shoulder, clutching a piece of parchment that looked like it had been folded and unfolded several times. His round face showed a mixture of determination and mild anxiety. Mind if I join you lot today? Gran sent me a list of things she needs from the apothecary, and I'm meant to pick up some plant supplies from the shop near the post office. She was very specific. He held up the parchment, which was covered in precise, old-fashioned handwriting. Of course you can come, Harry said immediately. We were just planning our route anyway. Well, I was planning our route, Hermione corrected, pulling out her own list, considerably more organized than Neville's. If we start at the main shops on High Street, Honeydukes first, since it will be crowded, then work our way down toward the more specialized stores, we can cover everything efficiently and still have time for... Hello, Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice interrupted as she appeared beside their table, seemingly having wandered over from Ravenclaw. She wore her usual radish earrings and a silver scarf that sparkled with what might have been actual moonlight woven into the thread. Her protuberant eyes blinked slowly at them. You're all going to Hogsmeade, aren't you? I thought I might join you. The Nargles are particularly active during Christmas, you see. They're drawn to mistletoe and good feelings. I'd like to observe them in their natural habitat. Ron opened his mouth, likely to say something skeptical about Nargles, but Hermione kicked him under the table. That would be lovely, Luna, Hermione said warmly. The more the merrier. Excellent. Luna helped herself to a cinnamon bun from a passing platter, studying it with scientific interest. Did you know these buns are shaped in a spiral because the house elves believe good fortune travels in circles? It's quite thoughtful of them. Harry exchanged glances with Ron, who shrugged. With Luna, you never quite knew if she was inventing things or revealing genuine magical knowledge that everyone else had overlooked. Either way, she made life more interesting. Professor McGonagall swept past the Gryffindor table, her emerald robes swishing, tartan dressing gown abandoned for the day. She paused, surveying the excited students with an expression that tried for stern, but couldn't quite hide the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. I trust you will all remember to dress appropriately for the weather, she said, projecting her voice to Carrie, and that you will conduct yourselves with the dignity expected of Hogwarts students. Mr. Weasley, that means no testing potentially explosive products in public places. I would never, Professor, Ron said, with exaggerated innocence. McGonagall's lips twitched. See that you don't. She continued toward the staff table, where Dumbledore sat in his customary place, reading the Daily Prophet while his marmalade enjoyed itself on his toast, seemingly through levitation. The great hall continued to fill. Seamus and Dean arrived, debating the merits of various joke shop products. Lavender and Parvati passed by in a cloud of giggles and perfume, clearly planning extensive shopping. Even some of the Slytherins looked less surly than usual, though Malfoy's group still managed to emanate superiority from their corner of the hall. "I heard they've decorated Hogsmeade specially this year," Neville offered, carefully spreading marmalade on his toast. "My Gran mentioned it in her letter, something about enchanted icicles and special lights." "Enchanted icicles?" Ron perked up. "What do they do?" "Sing, apparently. Christmas carols." Singing icicles. Ron considered this. That's either brilliant or incredibly annoying. "Knowing magical decoration," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Probably both." Harry sipped his pumpkin juice and let the conversation wash over him, feeling the simple contentment of being surrounded by friends with a whole day of freedom ahead. No homework deadlines looming. Hermione had made them finish everything yesterday. No Quidditch practice. Oliver Wood had reluctantly granted them the morning off. No dark wizards or mysterious plots or prophecies. Just a trip to Hogsmeade at Christmas time. The ceiling above shifted from dawn pink to pale blue as the sun rose higher. The enchanted snow increased slightly, creating the illusion that they sat beneath a gentle winter sky. House elves must have charmed the great hall, specially, Harry thought, making it feel like a snow globe. The effect was beautiful, peaceful and festive without being overwhelming. "Right then," Hermione announced, finishing her tea and checking a small enchanted watch that hung on a chain around her neck. "We should get our things and head down. The earlier we leave, the more time we'll have before the shops get too crowded." They trooped back through the castle, collecting winter cloaks and scarves from their dormitories. Harry wrapped his Gryffindor scarf, a gift from Hagrid years ago, around his neck and pulled on the dragon-hide gloves Sirius had sent him last birthday. The leather was warm and supple, spelled to resist both cold and minor hexes. Ron struggled into a jumper that appeared to be 3 sizes too large, hand-knitted in maroon with an enormous R on the chest. "Mum made it extra big so I'd grow into it," Ron explained, pulling the sleeves down over his hands. "I think she forgets I'm already taller than Dad." They reconvened at the entrance hall, where students clustered, being checked off by Filch, who examined each permission slip with suspicion, as if expecting forgeries. Mrs. Norris wound between legs, her lamp-like eyes tracking every movement. "Potter, Granger, Weasley." Filch's voice rasped with disappointment at finding their slips in order. "Longbottom, Lovegood." He made a mark on his clipboard each time. "Mind you stay out of trouble. No sneaking into the shrieking shack. No disturbing the peace. No—" "We know the rules, Mr. Filch," Hermione said, politely but firmly. Filch muttered something under his breath about students today and no respect before waving them through. The cold hit immediately as they stepped outside. December in Scotland held a particular quality of chill, sharp and clean, scented with pine from the forbidden forest and wood smoke from Hagrid's hut. Their breath emerged in clouds. Around them, students hurried down the steps, and the path toward Hogsmeade stretched ahead, already marked with footprints in the fresh snow. "Oh, it's perfect," Luna breathed, tilting her face upward. Snowflakes caught in her blonde hair like tiny stars. "Can you feel it? The magic is stronger today. Something special is happening." "It's just Christmas decorations, Luna," Ron said, but his tone was gentle. "Is it?" Luna smiled mysteriously. Perhaps. Or perhaps the village knows something we don't yet. They set off together, boots crunching in the snow. The path wound down from the castle, past the Quidditch pitch, where the goal hoops stood like ancient sentinels, past the edge of the forest, where trees bent under their white burden. Other students walked ahead and behind, creating a loose procession of colourful scarves and animated conversation. Neville walked beside Harry, still clutching his grandmother's list. "Do you think we'll find everything?" he asked, a note of worry creeping into his voice. "Gran's very particular about her dittany. It has to be fresh picked, not the chime, dried stuff. And the apothecary sometimes runs out." "We'll find it," Harry assured him. "And if they don't have it, we'll work something out." Hogsmeade began to appear in the distance, the first outlying houses with their smoking chimneys, then the main village rising like something from a Christmas card. But even from this distance, Harry could see something was different. Light sparkled where buildings should be in shadow. The snow seemed to glow with its own luminescence. And was that music, faint on the winter wind? "Blimey," Ron said quietly, stopping in his tracks. Hermione's eyes widened. Oh, it's beautiful." They stood there at the crest of the hill, all 5 of them, looking down at Hogsmeade, transformed into something out of a fairy tale. The village had always been charming, but today it appeared to have been touched by something older, something more deliberately magical. Every building sparkled, every street glowed with invitation. "Well," Harry said, grinning at his friends, "what are we waiting for?" And together they walked down toward the magic and wonder waiting below, their laughter carrying on the cold December air, while behind them Hogwarts Castle watched over its students with the patience of centuries, its windows gleaming like benevolent eyes in the morning sun. The transformation of Hogsmeade revealed itself gradually, like a gift being unwrapped one layer at a time. As Harry and his friends descended the final slope into the village proper, the morning sun broke fully through the clouds, and the entire street seemed to exhale magic. Enchanted icicles hung from every eave and awning, each one perfectly formed and glittering with inner light. But these weren't silent decorations. As the group drew closer, Harry heard them, singing. The icicles hummed and chimed in harmony, creating a crystalline chorus of Good King Wenceslas that seemed to emanate from the ice itself. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, pitched perfectly to add atmosphere without overwhelming conversation. "That's remarkable," Hermione breathed, stopping to observe a particularly large cluster outside the post office. "The charm work must be incredibly complex. Each icicle is singing a different part, soprano, alto, tenor, bass, and they're all perfectly synchronized." "Leave it to you to analyze the magic instead of just enjoying it," Ron said, but he was smiling, craning his neck to look upward. The icicles caught the sunlight and threw rainbow patterns across the snow-covered street. Luna reached up as if to touch one, though it hung well above her head. "They're happy," she said simply. "You can tell by the way they hold the notes. Unhappy icicles would sound sharp and brittle." Neville looked uncertain whether to question this or simply accept it, finally settling on the latter. "Should we start at Honeydukes then?" "Definitely Honeydukes," Ron said with the certainty of long-held conviction. They made their way down High Street, joining the flow of students and villagers. The snow beneath their feet had been charmed to sparkle, not with ordinary frost, but with what looked like actual starlight embedded in the crystals. Each footstep sent tiny constellations scattering. Children ran ahead of their parents, deliberately stomping to create cascades of light. A small girl in a blue cloak laughed as her footprints formed the shape of a phoenix that fluttered briefly before fading. Every shop window glowed with warm, inviting light that seemed to pulse gently, like breathing. Scrivenshaft's quill shop displayed enchanted quills that wrote Christmas greetings in the air with trails of golden ink. Gladrag's wizardwear had dressed their mannequins in robes that shifted color from deep evergreen to burgundy to silver, trimming themselves with holly that sprouted fresh berries every few seconds. Even dervish and bangais, usually cluttered and chaotic, had arranged their magical instruments into a pleasing display that occasionally burst into brief bars of festive music. "It's like the whole village decided to compete for best decoration," Harry observed, watching a shop sign reshape itself from a copper cauldron into a Christmas wreath and back again. More likely the shopkeepers got together and hired the same charm worker, Hermione said practically. "Someone very talented. These aren't standard holiday enchantments. They're too sophisticated, too cohesive." "Maybe it's the village itself," Luna suggested, drifting along beside them with her usual serene expression. "Hogsmeade is very old. Older than Hogwarts, some say. Perhaps it remembers all the Christmases it's seen and likes to celebrate properly." They reached Honeydukes, and Harry felt the familiar anticipation that always accompanied entering the sweet shop. But today, even Honeydukes had outdone itself. The bow-fronted window displayed mountains of sweets arranged in elaborate Christmas scenes. A Hogwarts castle made entirely of chocolate, its towers dusted with sugar snow and its windows glowing with enchanted light. Tiny marzipan students flew on licorice broomsticks around gingerbread Quidditch hoops. A sugarwork forbidden forest had trees that actually swayed, and if you looked closely, tiny candy creatures moved between them. "Brilliant," Ron whispered reverently, pressing his nose to the glass. "Just brilliant." The shop bell chimed a cheerful melody as they pushed through the door, and warmth enveloped them immediately. The interior was packed with students, but the space seemed to expand to accommodate everyone. Another clever bit of magic that Harry had never quite worked out. Perhaps the shop was bigger on the inside, or perhaps it simply made room for anyone who truly loves sweets. The usual mountains of colourful confections lined the walls. Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, chocolate frogs, fizzing whiz-bees, Droobles, best blowing gum. But today, special displays drew the eye. A golden banner proclaimed limited edition Christmas collection in letters that sparkled and reformed themselves every few seconds. Harry moved closer, reading the labels. Snowflake fudge, melts on your tongue with genuine peppermint frost. He picked up a sample piece, pale blue-white and delicate as actual snow. The moment it touched his tongue, coolness spread through his mouth, tasting of peppermint and winter mornings, and something indefinably magical. The sensation was refreshing rather than cold, and when he exhaled, his breath emerged in a small, perfect snow flurry that dissipated after a moment. "These are amazing," he said, reaching for a bag. "Try these," Ron called from another display, holding up a tin labeled Caroling Caramels. "Watch." He popped one in his mouth and immediately began humming. Not by choice, apparently, judging by his surprised expression. The tune was unmistakably Deck the Halls. and it seemed to emerge from Ron himself, rich and melodious. Other students nearby laughed and joined in, creating an impromptu harmony. The effect lasted about 30 seconds before fading, leaving Ron grinning foolishly. "That's ridiculous," he said. "I'm getting 5 tins." Hermione had found her way to a quieter corner near the bag, where a small sign read, "Practical Enchantments." She held up a box of enchanted bookmarks. "Look at these. They remember your place in any book, even if you forget which book you were reading. And they work with magical texts that rearrange themselves. These would be perfect for studying." "You would find the educational sweets," Ron said, arms already full of various Christmas confections. "They're not sweets, Ron. They're bookmarks that happen to be sold in a sweet shop. There's a difference." Neville had gravitated toward a display of courage candy canes, striped red and gold, with a label promising a boost of bravery with every lick. Perfect for those difficult moments. His expression was thoughtful as he examined them. "Do they actually work?" Harry asked, coming to stand beside him. "According to this, they contain essence of lionfish spine and distilled Gryffindor house spirit, whatever that means. Gran always says courage comes from within, but—" Neville smiled slightly. "Maybe a little extra boost wouldn't hurt. For after the holidays, when OWL's preparation really starts." "Get them," Harry encouraged. "And get some for your Gran too. I bet she'd appreciate the thought." Luna had discovered something called dirigible plum drops. Purple spheres that floated an inch above their container, bobbing gently. "These are extraordinary," she announced to no one in particular. "The levitation is achieved through positive emotional resonance, rather than standard hover charms. You can tell because they rise higher when you think happy thoughts near them." Harry watched, fascinated, as Luna concentrated on the display, her face serene, and the plum drops rose several inches higher, bumping gently against the ceiling of their case. They spent the better part of an hour in Honeydukes, sampling treats, comparing favorites, and slowly accumulating bags of purchases. Ron's pile grew alarmingly large, and Hermione had to remind him that he'd need to carry everything back to the castle. The shop's proprietor, a cheerful witch with flour in her hair and chocolate stains on her apron, beamed at them all. "Lovely to see young people enjoying the season," she said as she rang up Ron's considerable haul. "We've been preparing these Christmas specials since October. The caroling caramels are particularly popular. We've already sold out twice and had to make more batches." "They're wonderful," Hermione assured her. "The whole village looks wonderful, actually. Did someone organize all the decorations?" The witch's smile turned mysterious. "The village has its own way of celebrating, dear. Always has. Some magic you don't plan. It just happens when the time is right." Outside Honeydukes, the group paused to reorganize their bags and plan their next move. The street had grown busier as morning progressed toward noon. Witches in pointed hats hurried past with parcels wrapped in enchanted paper that changed patterns. Wizards in long cloaks stopped to chat with neighbors, their breath forming clouds in the cold air. A group of second years raced by, shrieking with laughter as they chased what appeared to be a self-propelling snowball. "Right," Hermione said, consulting her list. "We should hit the apothecary for Neville's Gran, then the plant shop, then we can—" "Bookshop," Luna interrupted, pointing across the street. "I thought I might look for a new copy of the Quibbler's Guide to Magical Creatures. Mine fell in the lake last month, and the merpeople kept it." "Why did the merpeople keep it?" Ron asked, then held up a hand. "No, never mind. I don't want to know." They made their way to Tomes and Scrolls, a bookshop that occupied a crooked building that seemed to lean affectionately against its neighbor. Inside, the smell of old parchment and binding glue mingled with cinnamon from enchanted candles. Books lined floor-to-ceiling shelves, and several volumes floated near the ceiling, apparently having escaped their proper places and decided they preferred the view from above. Hermione immediately vanished into the stacks with the single-minded focus of a true bibliophile. Luna drifted toward a section labeled Creatures Most Fanciful, while Harry and Ron browsed more casually. Neville found a slim volume on winter herbology that made him light up with interest. Harry discovered a shelf of historical texts and found himself drawn to a book titled Hogsmeade, 1,000 Years of Magic. He opened it carefully, the pages emanating the pleasant mustiness of age. The introduction explained that Hogsmeade was Britain's only entirely non-Muggle settlement, founded around the same time as Hogwarts, serving as a refuge and community for magical folk. There were sketches of the village through the centuries, showing how it had grown and changed, yet remained fundamentally the same. A place where magic was simply part of daily life. Finding anything good? Hermione appeared at his elbow, arms already full of books about advanced charm work and magical theory. "Just reading about the village," Harry said. "Did you know there are supposed to be tunnels under almost every building? Some connecting to Hogwarts, some just linking shops to each other. They were built for safety during the Goblin rebellions." "I did know that, actually," Hermione said, but her tone was pleased rather than superior. "Though most of them are sealed now, except for the ones we know about, obviously." They purchased their selections. Hermione's substantial stack required an extension charm on her bag, and emerged back into the crystalline December air. The singing icicles had shifted to the holly and the ivy, and their voices seemed to blend with actual birdsong from the eaves of buildings. Magic and nature harmonizing. "Apothecary next," Neville reminded them, clutching his grand's list like a lifeline. "She'll be very put out if I forget the dittany." The apothecary was warm and dim after the bright snow glare outside, smelling strongly of herbs and stranger things, dragon scales perhaps, or pickled myrtlap tentacles. Glass jars lined the walls, their contents ranging from the mundane to the alarming. The proprietor, a stooped wizard with half-moon spectacles, greeted them with a nod and continued grinding something in a stone mortar. Neville presented his list with the air of a soldier reporting for duty. The wizard studied it, nodded approvingly, and began collecting ingredients from various shelves. Fresh dittany, yes, good quality. An essence of myrtlap, refined. Your grandmother knows her potions, young man. She does, sir, Neville said with obvious pride. While Neville completed his purchases, the others explored the shop with the careful interest of people who knew better than to touch things at random. Ron peered into a jar of what might have been eyes. Certainly something was looking back at him. Luna found a display of crystallized ginger that had been spelled to aid digestion after heavy meals, and announced she'd take some for her father. Back on High Street, the group paused to reassess. They'd covered considerable ground, but the day felt young still, full of possibility. The village stretched before them, every shop beckoning, every corner potentially hiding something wonderful. "The plant shop is down that way," Neville said, pointing toward a side street Harry had never noticed before. "But I can go alone if you lot want to." "Don't be daft," Ron interrupted. "We're staying together. That's the whole point." "Besides," Luna added dreamily, "I've been told the plant shop has a cat that can predict the weather. I'd like to meet it." They set off down the narrower street, their boots crunching, through snow that lay thicker here, away from the main thoroughfare. The buildings seemed older in this part of the village, their stones darker, their windows smaller, but they were no less festive. Enchanted garlands wound around door frames, and the occasional garden gnome peeked from beneath hedges, wearing tiny red caps instead of their usual pointed ones. The plant shop, when they reached it, was a wonder. Greenery pressed against every window, and warmth radiated from the building as if summer lived inside, despite the winter without. They pushed through the door to find themselves in what felt like a magical greenhouse, condensation beading on glass panels overhead, the air thick with the scent of earth and growing things. Neville's face transformed with pure joy. This was his element, his expertise. He moved among the displays with confidence, examining winter roses that bloomed in shades of blue and silver, touching the leaves of venomous tentacula that pulled back shyly rather than snapping at him, discussing root systems with the elderly witch who ran the shop. Harry and the others wondered, content to let Neville take his time. Ron found the weather-predicting cat, a massive orange tabby that regarded him with slitted eyes and yawned, revealing impressive fangs. Luna sat on the floor beside it, apparently having a conversation that only she could hear both sides of. Hermione discovered a section of magical plant encyclopedias and was immediately absorbed. Harry found himself drawn to a window display where winter jasmine grew in impossible spirals, its yellow flowers glowing with their own light. Outside, through the fogged glass, he could see the village continuing its celebration. Students and villagers moving through the enchanted streets, everyone wrapped in the particular happiness that Christmas time seemed to invoke. "This is nice," he said quietly, to no one in particular and everyone at once. "It is, isn't it?" Hermione looked up from her book, smiling. "Sometimes the best moments are the simple ones." Ron made a dismissive noise, but he was grinning, still attempting to befriend the indifferent cat. Neville completed his purchases with obvious satisfaction, and Luna announced that the cat had told her snow would continue through tomorrow, but would clear by Monday. They emerged back into the cold, laden with packages and filled with the warmth of time well spent. The morning had slipped toward afternoon, and Harry's stomach reminded him that breakfast felt like a long time ago. "The Three Broomsticks," he suggested. "Definitely the Three Broomsticks," Ron agreed fervently. "I could murder a butterbeer." "You could murder several butterbeers," Hermione corrected. "Exactly," Ron said happily. And together, laughing at Ron's enthusiasm and Luna's odd comments, and Neville's relief at having completed his grandmother's list successfully, they trudged through the sparkling snow toward the warmth and comfort that awaited them, while overhead the enchanted icicles sang on, and Hogsmeade itself seemed to hum with contentment at having its streets full of magic and youth and wonder. The Three Broomsticks rose before them like a beacon of warmth in the crystalline cold. Smoke curled from its chimney in spirals that formed brief shapes, a broomstick, a cauldron, a wand, before dissipating into the winter air. The wooden sign swung gently despite the absence of wind, creaking in a rhythm that somehow sounded welcoming. Through the frosted windows, Harry could see the amber glow of firelight and the shifting shadows of patrons already inside. Finally, Ron breathed, as if they'd been trekking through a blizzard rather than walking through a charming village for a few hours. "I'm frozen solid." "You're being dramatic," Hermione said, but she quickened her pace toward the door nonetheless, her cheeks pink from the cold. Before they could reach the pub, however, Luna stopped abruptly, tilting her head in that particular way she had when something caught her attention. "Zonko's," she said, pointing across the street. "Look." Zonko's joke shop had transformed itself into what could only be described as a prank palace. The entire building seemed to vibrate with barely contained mischief. The windows were frosted, but not with ordinary ice. Shapes moved within the frost itself, forming rude gestures and silly faces before melting away and reforming. The door was outlined in lights that changed color erratically, and from inside came the sounds of small explosions, laughter, and what might have been someone's indignant squawking. "Oh no," Hermione said, recognizing the look on Ron's face. "We're supposed to be getting warm. Food, drink, rest." "Just a quick look," Ron pleaded. 10 minutes. Fred and George would never forgive me if I didn't scout out the Christmas stock. "Your brothers own a joke shop," Hermione pointed out. "They have access to all of this and more." "But they're not here, are they? I'm doing reconnaissance. Family duty." Harry grinned. 10 minutes won't hurt. Besides, I'm curious what counts as Christmas pranks specifically. Hermione sighed the sigh of someone outnumbered, but not entirely opposed to the idea. "Fine, 10 minutes, then food." "You're a saint, Hermione," Ron said cheerfully, already heading towards Zonko's entrance. The shop was chaos, but organized chaos, if such a thing existed. Every surface was covered with products in various stages of demonstration. Students crowded around displays, testing items, laughing, occasionally yelping when something went unexpectedly right or wrong, depending on your perspective. The proprietor, a thin wizard with wild grey hair and a permanent expression of gleeful insanity, stood behind the counter, directing traffic and offering suggestions in a voice that carried despite the din. "Christmas specials to your left," he called. "Get your self-wrapping gift boxes. They sing while they work, enchanted. Mistletoe to your right, guaranteed to follow your target for up to 3 hours. No refunds if they catch you charming it." Ron made straight for the Christmas special section, like a seeker spotting the snitch. Harry and the others followed, weaving between displays of more traditional Zonko's fare, dung bombs, hickory sweets, nose-biting teacups, toward a section that had been decorated with garish tinsel and flashing lights. The self-wrapping gift boxes were, Harry had to admit, rather impressive. They were stacked in a pyramid on a central table, and as he watched, a Hufflepuff 6-year placed a book inside one. The box immediately sprang to life, paper shooting from hidden compartments, folding itself around the book with aggressive efficiency while singing an off-key version of "We Wish You a Merry Christmas," with increasingly insulting modified lyrics. The final product was perfectly wrapped, topped with an elaborate bow, and the box gave a satisfied burp before falling silent. "Those are brilliant," Ron said reverently. Imagine giving someone a gift and having the box insult them the whole time it's wrapping itself. Charming, Hermione said dryly. But Harry noticed she was examining the boxes with the analytical interest she brought to any clever magic. Neville had found something called courage crackers, similar to Christmas crackers, but enchanted to give the puller a temporary boost of bravery. "Do you think these actually work?" he asked, studying the label. "Or is it just the placebo effect?" "Does it matter?" Luna asked, appearing at his shoulder. "If you feel braver, you are braver. Belief is a powerful magic." Harry moved to another display where enchanted snow was being demonstrated. Unlike regular snow, this variety had been spelled to never melt, even when exposed to direct fire. A sign proclaimed it perfect for indoor winter wonderlands and guaranteed safe for pranks. A smaller disclaimer added, "Zonko's not responsible for property damage from excessive snowball enthusiasm." Ron was testing various items with the thoroughness of a professional evaluator. He tried a singing scarf that warbled Christmas carols whenever you moved your head. He put it back immediately, looking disturbed. He examined explosive ornaments that would detonate in showers of harmless but colorful sparks when hung on a tree. He very nearly bought something called mistletoe madness before Hermione pointed out that the enchanted mistletoe would follow him around if he didn't specify a target, which could become extremely awkward. "Fine, fine," Ron muttered, putting it back. "What about these?" He held up a box of what looked like ordinary candy canes. "Vanishing candy canes," Harry read from the label. "Taste delicious. Then make the eater temporarily invisible for 30 seconds to 3 minutes, depending on how much they consume. Warning: clothes do not vanish with person. Use discretion." "That's actually useful," Ron said, thoughtfully. "Could come in handy." "Ron Weasley, you are not buying something that will make you accidentally naked," Hermione said firmly. "I said use discretion. I can use discretion." "No, you cannot." While they argued, Harry noticed Luna had gravitated toward a quieter corner of the shop where more unusual items were displayed. These seemed less like pranks and more like curiosities, a collection of mirrors that showed you as you'd look in different Hogwarts houses, a set of enchanted quills that wrote in the style of famous historical figures, a small box labeled Remembrance Snow Globes, Capture a Memory, Keep It Forever. "These are lovely," Luna said, picking up one of the snow globes. It was empty, clear glass with an ornate silver base. You fill them with a memory using a simple charm, and whenever you shake them, you can watch the memory play out inside, like a pensive, but portable and less intrusive. Harry examined one himself. The base had an inscription: "For the moments too precious to forget." It seemed almost too sentimental for Zonko's, but perhaps even joke shops acknowledged that Christmas was about more than pranks. "I'm getting one for my dad," Luna decided. "He collects memories of my mother. This would be perfect." Neville had found the courage-related items and was accumulating a small pile: the courage crackers, some bravery biscuits that supposedly tasted of whatever flavor made you feel most confident, and a small banner that read Gryffindor Courage, Hufflepuff Heart, in alternating gold and yellow letters. "For Gran," he explained, seeing Harry's curious look. "She was a Gryffindor, but she always said Gran Longbottom, my grandfather's mother, was a Hufflepuff, and that's where our family's real strength came from: loyalty and persistence." Ron's final haul was predictably extensive. Explosive ornaments, vanishing candy canes, despite Hermione's protests, though he did promise to use them responsibly. Several boxes of singing sweets that would make the eater hum carols uncontrollably, and a pair of enchanted earmuffs that played different Christmas songs to whoever wore them, inaudible to anyone else. For Percy, Ron explained the earmuffs, so he can listen to boring traditional carols while the rest of us enjoy ourselves. They paid for their purchases. The proprietor seemed delighted by the volume of sales, cackling as he wrapped everything with practiced efficiency, and finally, made their way across to the Three Broomsticks. The warmth hit them like a physical thing as they pushed through the door. The pub was packed with people, but somehow there always seemed to be space for more. A massive fireplace dominated one wall, flames crackling cheerfully, casting dancing shadows across the low ceiling with its heavy beams. The air was thick with the scent of butterbeer, mulled mead, and something cooking in the kitchen. Perhaps the steak and kidney pie that was a house specialty. There, Hermione pointed to a table in the corner that was just being vacated by a group of seventh years. They hurried over, claiming it before anyone else could, and collapsed into the chairs with the relief of people who'd been on their feet for hours. Madame Rosmerta appeared almost immediately, her curves wrapped in festive robes of deep green trimmed with gold, her blonde hair pinned up with what looked like tiny holly sprigs. She'd been running the Three Broomsticks for as long as Harry had been visiting Hogsmeade, and she had the particular talent of making everyone feel like a valued regular. "Afternoon, dears," she said warmly. "What'll it be? We've got a special today, spiced butterbeer with cinnamon sticks that stir themselves." "5 of those, please," Harry said immediately, and the others nodded agreement. "Coming right up. Hungry? We've got shepherd's pie, the steak and kidney, some lovely sandwiches." They ordered a selection to share, and Rosmerta swept away, weaving through the crowded pub with the grace of long practice. Harry leaned back in his chair, feeling the warmth seep into his bones, and looked around the room. Students from all 4 houses mingled freely here, the house rivalries temporarily set aside. A group of Ravenclaws occupied a large table by the window, books spread out even here, studying over their drinks. Some Hufflepuffs near the bar were singing along to the enchanted instruments on a small stage, a self-playing fiddle and a drum that kept perfect time without a drummer. Even a few Slytherins were present, though they kept to themselves in a corner, looking slightly less hostile than usual in the general atmosphere of festivity. The drinks arrived, and Harry wrapped his hands around the tankard, feeling the warmth through the glass. The butterbeer was perfect, sweet and creamy with an underlying richness, and the cinnamon stick did indeed stir itself, rotating slowly and releasing additional spice into the drink. When he sipped, the liquid warmed him from the inside out, spreading comfort through his chest. "This is exactly what I needed," Ron said, already halfway through his first tankard. My feet were about to fall off. "You're being dramatic again," Hermione said, but she cupped her own drink with obvious pleasure, her cheeks glowing pink from the warmth and the steam. Luna had removed her radish earrings and set them carefully on the table, where they continued to glow faintly. She sipped her butterbeer with evident enjoyment, gazing around the pub with her usual serene interest. "The protective charms on this building are very old," she observed, Can you feel them? They make everything feel safe. No wonder people like it here. Neville nodded slowly. I can feel something, like the building is giving you a hug. That's exactly it, Luna agreed. The food arrived. Plates of steaming shepherd's pie with crusts of golden mashed potato, thick sandwiches on fresh bread, a bowl of chips that stayed hot through enchantment. They ate with the focused attention of hungry teenagers, passing plates, sharing bites, discussing the day's adventures. Did you see that fourth year in Zonkos who set off an explosive ornament in his pocket? Ron said through a mouthful of pie. Turned his robes purple for about 5 minutes. His own fault for not reading the instructions, Hermione said primly. The label clearly stated, "Do not place near body heat." When has anyone ever read the instructions at Zonkos? Responsible people read instructions, Ron. Boring people read instructions. Harry listened to them bicker with the comfortable familiarity of long friendship. This was nice, just sitting here with no particular agenda, full of good food, warm and safe, surrounded by the ambient noise of other people enjoying themselves. Through the frosted windows, he could see snow continuing to fall. But in here, with friends and butterbeer and the crackle of the fire, winter felt like a distant, beautiful thing, rather than something to endure. My Gran will be so pleased. I got everything on her list, Neville said, sounding genuinely happy. She worries, you know, about me being forgetful or disorganized. It's nice to prove I can handle things. You handle plenty of things, Harry said firmly. You're brilliant with plants. You're brave when it counts. And you're a good friend. Your Gran should be proud. Neville ducked his head, embarrassed but pleased. Thanks, Harry. He's right, Hermione added. You've grown so much since first year, Neville. You should give yourself more credit. Ron raised his tankard. To Neville, who successfully completed a shopping trip without setting anything on fire or getting lost. I only did that once, Neville protested, but he was smiling, raising his own tankard to clink against Ron's. They ordered another round of butterbeer, Rosmerta bringing them without being asked, as if she'd known they'd want more. And the conversation drifted to other things. Christmas plans. Hermione was going home to her parents for the first time in 2 years. Ron was staying at Hogwarts, as were Harry and several of his siblings. His parents were visiting Charlie in Romania and couldn't take everyone. Neville would go home to his Gran for a few days, but would return before term started. Luna planned to travel with her father to Sweden to search for a supposedly magical reindeer herd. Magical reindeer? Ron asked skeptically. Oh yes, Luna said seriously. They're said to be able to fly without enchantment, simply through belief in Christmas joy. We probably won't find them, most people don't. But the looking is the fun part. Outside, the afternoon was deepening toward evening. The enchanted lights of Hogsmeade grew brighter as natural light faded, and through the window, Harry could see the village taking on an even more magical quality. Icicles glowed from within. Shop windows blazed with warm light, and the snow continued its gentle, sparkling fall. You know, Hermione said quietly, I heard something interesting while we were in the bookshop. One of the older students was talking about a secret Christmas market that appears somewhere in Hogsmeade, but only on this specific day. Apparently, it's been happening for decades, but you have to know where to look. Ron perked up immediately. A secret market? With what? I don't know. They wouldn't say much, but they mentioned finding things there you can't get anywhere else. Handmade magical items, rare enchantments, that sort of thing. Could be worth investigating, Harry said, interested despite himself. Luna's eyes had taken on a distant quality. Yes, she said softly. There's something else here today, something special. I've been feeling it all morning, like the village is holding its breath, waiting for people to discover its secrets. Well, that's not ominous at all, Ron said, but his tone was more intrigued than dismissive. Neville checked the enchanted clock on the wall, a gift from the pub's founder, according to the plaque beneath it, which showed not just time, but also weather conditions and the general mood of the establishment. Currently, it read 3:30, light snow, and contentedly merry. We've got hours still before we need to head back, Neville observed. The last group doesn't leave until 6. Then we explore, Harry decided. If there's a secret Christmas market, we should at least try to find it. Absolutely, Ron agreed. Can't hurt to look. Hermione smiled, pulling out a small notebook from her bag. I actually wrote down the hints I overheard. They mentioned something about looking between things, not at them, and watching for portraits that seemed too interested in passers-by. That's our Hermione, Ron said fondly, taking notes even when eavesdropping. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was conducting research. Of course you were. They finished their drinks, paid Rosmerta, who winked when Hermione asked vague questions about special places in Hogsmeade, and bundled back into their winter things. The pub had been perfect, exactly what they'd needed, but adventure was calling again. Outside, the evening transformation of Hogsmeade greeted them. The singing icicles had shifted to softer melodies, Silent Night and the First Noel, their crystalline voices achingly beautiful in the growing dark. Stars were beginning to appear overhead, real ones mixing with enchanted lights until it was impossible to tell which was which. Right then, Harry said, breathing in the cold air, watching his breath form clouds. Let's see what secrets this village is hiding. And together, warmed by butterbeer and friendship, full of good food and curiosity, they set off into the enchanted evening, ready for whatever magic awaited them in the ancient, mysterious streets of Hogsmeade. The village had changed in the subtle way that magical places do when twilight settles. Shadows lengthened between buildings, and the enchanted lights seemed to glow brighter in response, creating pockets of warmth and mystery in equal measure. Harry pulled his scarf tighter against the cold as they made their way back toward High Street, their boots leaving fresh prints in snow that had accumulated during their time in the Three Broomsticks. So, where exactly are we looking? Ron asked, his breath forming clouds that the wind carried away like small ghosts. Hermione's note said, between things, which is spectacularly unhelpful. Everything is between other things. The person said specifically between Scrivenshafts and Dervish and Bangies, Hermione corrected, consulting her notebook despite the fading light. And that you have to watch for portraits that seem aware of you. Portraits are always aware of you, Neville pointed out reasonably. That's rather the point of magical portraits. Aware in a different way, I think she meant, Hermione said, though she sounded uncertain. More knowing, like they're in on the secret. Luna had drifted slightly ahead, moving with that peculiar grace she had, as if she were dancing to music only she could hear. It's not about the portraits watching you, she said without turning around. It's about watching the portraits, seeing what they see, following their gaze. They reached High Street, which was less crowded now, as students began the trek back to Hogwarts for dinner. The shops were still open, windows still glowing invitingly, but there was a sense of the day winding down, of the village preparing for its evening routine. Harry noticed that some shopkeepers were beginning to close up, bringing in outdoor displays, dimming lights in back rooms, counting tills. Scrivenshaft's quill shop stood on a corner, its window still displaying the enchanted quills that wrote Christmas greetings in golden air ink. Next to it was a narrow gap, barely noticeable, really, just a space between buildings that Harry had walked past dozens of times without really seeing it. And beyond that gap, about 15 feet down, stood Dervish and Bangies, with its cluttered window of magical instruments. Between, Harry said slowly, staring at that narrow gap, literally between the buildings. They moved closer as a group, trying not to look too obvious about their interest. The gap was perhaps 3 feet wide, paved with the same cobblestones as the street, and it appeared to lead to a small courtyard behind the shops, probably for deliveries or rubbish collection. Nothing remarkable, nothing magical. "There's nothing here," Ron said, peering down the alley with evident disappointment. "Just a normal gap between buildings." "Look at the portrait," Luna said quietly. Harry followed her gaze. On the wall of Scrivenshafts, just inside their window, but visible from the street, hung a small portrait of a witch in Tudor-era clothing. She held a quill and appeared to be writing something, her head bent over parchment, standard decoration for a quill shop. But as Harry watched, the portrait witch paused in her writing, looked up directly at their group, and very deliberately shifted her eyes toward the alley. Then she returned to her writing as if nothing had happened. "Did you see that?" Hermione breathed. "She looked right at us." "She's telling us to go down there," Luna said with certainty. "Portraits know all sorts of secrets. This one is being helpful." They exchanged glances. It seemed almost silly, following the apparent direction of a portrait down what looked like an ordinary service alley. But they'd come this far, and Luna's intuition about these things was surprisingly reliable, however inexplicable her reasoning might be. "Well," Harry said, making the decision, "we won't know unless we try." They entered the alley single file, Harry leading, followed by Ron, then Hermione, Neville, and Luna bringing up the rear. The cobblestones were slick with ice here, untouched by the warming charms that kept the main streets clear. The walls rose high on either side, close enough that Harry could have touched both simultaneously if he'd stretched out his arms. Above, the strip of sky was darkening toward true night, stars sharp and cold. About halfway down the alley, Harry felt it, a subtle shift in the air, like walking through a curtain of cool water that wasn't actually wet. The temperature changed, becoming less bitter. The quality of light shifted, growing softer, warmer. And suddenly, where there had been only the expected courtyard with rubbish bins and stacked crates, there was something else entirely. "Blimey," Ron whispered from behind Harry's shoulder. The secret market revealed itself gradually, like a photograph developing in potion. It occupied a space that seemed too large to fit behind the buildings. An enchanted expansion, Harry realized. Or perhaps the space had always been there, but hidden. A small square opened before them, enclosed by the backs of shops that somehow looked older here, their stones darker, their windows filled with amber light. Cobblestones gave way to flat flagstones worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. And everywhere there were stalls. They were modest things, these stalls. Wooden frames draped with dark cloth, small tables covered with velvet or wool, cases made of old wood with brass fittings. No garish signs, no shouted advertisements. The merchants were elderly, almost uniformly. Wizards and witches whose robes were old-fashioned but well-maintained, whose faces showed the particular kind of contentment that came from doing work one loved without concern for wealth or fame. Enchanted lanterns floated overhead, giving light without being intrusive, their glow gentle and golden. The snow that fell here was different too. Each flake seemed to carry its own tiny spark of light, so the air shimmered with descending stars. And the sound, there was music, but so soft, Harry almost thought he was imagining it. A fiddle, perhaps, or a flute, playing melodies that felt ancient and new simultaneously. "This is extraordinary," Hermione breathed, her eyes wide, reflecting the floating lights. "The concealment charms alone must be incredibly sophisticated. And the expansion enchantment. We're definitely occupying more space than should physically exist here." "Less analyzing, more exploring," Ron suggested, already moving toward the nearest stall, drawn by curiosity and the particular magic that hung in the air like perfume. They spread out naturally, each gravitating toward different attractions. Harry found himself approaching a stall where an ancient wizard sat carving small figures from wood. His hands moved with the surety of long practice, knife blade catching the light as it revealed shapes hidden in the grain. The wizard's robes were deep blue, worn soft at the edges, and his beard was long enough to tuck into his belt. "Good evening, young man," the wizard said, without looking up from his work. His voice was rough but kind, like tree bark made into sound. "Looking for something specific, or just browsing?" "Just looking," Harry said, then paused, watching the knife work. "What are you making?" "Patronus figurines," the wizard replied, finally glancing up with eyes that were pale grey and remarkably sharp. "Carved from silver birchwood that remembers moonlight. When you hold one, it glows the color your own Patronus would be. See?" He held up a completed figure. A stag, Harry realized with a jolt, captured mid-leap with antlers spread wide. The wood seemed to glow faintly silver, and as the wizard held it, the glow intensified slightly, pulsing like a heartbeat. "That's," Harry's voice caught, "that's remarkable." "Each piece finds its person," the wizard said, his gaze knowing. "Or perhaps people find their piece. I've been carving these for longer than I care to remember. Would you like to hold it?" Harry reached out, and the moment his fingers touched the wood, it came alive with light, silver white and bright, warm under his palm. The stag seemed to move in the wood grain, muscles bunching, preparing to run. His Patronus, his father's animagus form, memory and magic made tangible. "How much?" Harry asked quietly. "For you? 2 galleons. For most people, 5. But you need it more than most need their purchases." The wizard's eyes crinkled at the corners. "I can see these things, you understand. Who needs what, and why?" Harry paid without haggling, tucking the small stag carefully into his pocket, where it continued to emit a faint warmth. The wizard nodded approval and returned to his carving, already revealing another shape. This one looked like it might become a cat or perhaps a lynx. Ron had found a stall selling enchanted chess pieces that played themselves when not in use, practicing strategies and occasionally arguing about optimal moves. The merchant, a stout witch with iron-grey hair, was demonstrating how the pieces could be set to different skill levels, from beginner to grandmaster. "These are brilliant," Ron said, watching a knight and a bishop engage in a heated debate about fork tactics. "Do they remember the players they've played against?" "They do," the witch confirmed. "They'll adapt to your style, challenge you appropriately, even offer hints if you're stuck. Good for improving your game." Ron was clearly sold, counting out coins with the careful deliberation of someone with limited funds making an important purchase. Hermione had discovered a stall that sold nothing, or rather sold something intangible. An elderly wizard sat surrounded by crystalline orbs that contained what appeared to be colored mist. A sign written in elegant script read, "Lost languages, hear the forgotten tongues." "What exactly are these?" Hermione asked, her voice pitched with the particular interest she reserved for unique magical knowledge. "Language memories," the wizard explained. "Each orb contains the spoken form of a language that's no longer commonly used. Old Saxon, medieval Welsh, ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, Akkadian. Hold one to your ear, and you'll hear it spoken as it once was, by those who knew it naturally. Cannot teach you the language, mind you, that requires study. But you'll hear its music, its rhythm, useful for scholars, or simply for those who want to know what their ancestors sounded like." Hermione's face lit up with the joy of discovery. She held an orb labeled Carolingian Latin to her ear, and her expression transformed into wonder. Whatever she heard, it clearly moved her. She ended up purchasing 3 different orbs, handling them with reverent care. Neville had found a stall run by a bent old witch who specialized in seeds, but not ordinary ones. These were magical plant seeds that had been extinct in the wild for decades or centuries, preserved through careful cultivation by a network of herbologists who traded among themselves. "Winter fire roses," the witch said, holding up a small cloth bag. "Haven't grown in Britain naturally since the 1600s. They bloom on the winter solstice and generate heat rather than requiring it. Can keep a greenhouse warm through their flowering period. And these," she indicated another bag, "are silver bells. Very rare. They ring softly when dangerous weather approaches." Neville's hands trembled slightly as he examined the seeds. This was treasure to someone like him. Plants that existed only in books made suddenly real, attainable, able to be grown and studied and propagated. He purchased several varieties, asking detailed questions about cultivation that the witch answered with obvious pleasure at finding someone who cared so deeply. Luna had wandered to what appeared to be the smallest stall, barely more than a blanket spread on the ground, tended by a wizard, so old his age was impossible to guess. He sold painted stones, simple river rocks with creatures painted on them in exquisite detail. But these weren't ordinary creatures. They were the ones from Luna's favorite magazine, the ones everyone else insisted were mythical. "Nargles," Luna breathed, kneeling beside the blanket, "and raxbirds. And oh, is that a crumple-horned snorkag?" "As I understand them to be, yes," the old wizard said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I paint what I have been told to look for, whether they exist or not. Well, that's between you and your belief, young lady." Luna selected a stone with remarkable care, one painted with something that might have been a nargle. all spiraling curves and impossible colors. She also took one, showing a constellation that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. When she paid, the wizard smiled and pressed an extra stone into her palm, one blank except for a single silver line across its middle. For when you discover something new, he said, paint your own creature. Add to the collection of possibilities. They reconvened near the center of the square, each carrying their treasures, each somehow changed by what they'd found. The market seemed to hum with satisfaction, as if pleased to have matched the right items with the right people. Look at this, Ron said, his chess pieces arranged in his palm, the knight waving jauntily at him. They've already got personality. And these, Hermione said, her orbs wrapped carefully in soft cloth, represent linguistic history that I could never access otherwise. They're invaluable for research. Neville clutched his seeds like they were made of gold. I can bring back extinct plants, actually bring them back. Professor Sprout is going to be amazed. Harry touched the stag in his pocket, feeling its warmth, its weight of meaning. Luna held her painted stones and smiled that distant smile that meant she was thinking about something the rest of them couldn't quite grasp. This place, Harry said slowly, looking around at the hidden market with its gentle lights and ancient merchants and careful magic. It feels important, like we were meant to find it. All the best places are hidden, Luna said simply. That way, only people who really need them can discover them. It's kinder that way, less crowded, more meaningful. An elderly witch walking past paused, overhearing their conversation. She was wrapped in so many shawls, it was hard to tell where one ended and another began, and her eyes were bright with knowledge and mischief. You children enjoyed the market? She asked, her accent placing her from somewhere in the north of Scotland. Very much, Hermione answered. How long has it been here? Oh, centuries, dear, centuries. Since Hogsmeade was young, the village keeps its secrets well. She leaned in conspiratorially. Since you've done so well finding this, perhaps you're ready for the next secret. There's another? Ron asked eagerly. Always another, the witch said with a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. Tell me, have you heard of the wishing well that appears but once a year? Harry felt a shiver of anticipation run down his spine. Luna's eyes grew even wider, and Neville leaned in to hear better. A wishing well, Harry prompted. Aye, ancient thing, older than Hogwarts even, some say. Appears on this day only, in a grove near the village edge. The magic there is old and wild and kind, makes you speak wishes true from the heart. But it's particular, see? Won't grant selfish desires, only wishes for others, wishes from love. Where? Hermione asked, already pulling out her notebook. The witch pointed with a gnarled finger. Past the shrieking shack, toward the forest edge. There's a path marked by stones that glow when the day is right. Which it is, today. Follow the lights. The well will find you if you're meant to find it. Thank you, Harry said. But the witch was already moving away, disappearing between stalls with surprising speed for someone who'd seemed so ancient. They looked at each other, and Harry could see his own excitement reflected in his friends' faces. A wishing well. Old magic. One day only. How could they possibly not investigate? It's getting late, Neville said, but his tone was uncertain, clearly torn between responsibility and curiosity. We've got time, Ron argued, and we can't just ignore this. What if we miss our only chance? "Luna," Hermione asked, "what do you think?" Luna tilted her head, listening to something none of them could hear. "We should go," she said finally. "The well is waiting. It's been waiting all day for someone to find it. We should be those someones." Harry nodded, decision made. "Then we go. One more adventure before heading back." They made their way out of the secret market, and as they crossed back through that shimmer in the air, Harry looked back. The square was still there, still visible, but somehow less substantial already, as if it were fading back into secrecy until the next time it chose to appear. The painted portrait witch in Scrivenshaft's window caught Harry's eye as they passed. She was writing again, but she paused to offer them a small smile and a subtle nod, as if approving of their choices, their discoveries, their continued seeking. The village proper seemed almost mundane after the market, though it retained its Christmas magic. But they had a new destination now, a new mystery to unravel. Somewhere beyond the shrieking shack, near the forest edge, an ancient well waited, and Harry found himself walking faster, eager to discover what other secrets this December day might hold. The shrieking shack loomed against the darkening sky like a warning carved from wood and shadow. Harry had always found it unsettling. The building that had once housed Remus Lupin during his transformations, the place where he'd learned the truth about Sirius, about Peter Pettigrew, about betrayal and love, tangled together in ways he'd been too young to fully understand. Now, as they passed it, the broken windows and sagging roof seemed less menacing and more melancholy, like something that had served its purpose and been abandoned to memory. "I still can't believe people think it's haunted by violent spirits," Ron said, pulling his cloak tighter, when really it was just poor Professor Lupin the whole time. "The best secrets hide in plain sight," Luna observed, her voice dreamy as she watched the shack recede behind them. Everyone was so busy being frightened, they never asked the right questions. They'd left the main streets of Hogsmeade behind, following a narrow path that wound between snow-laden trees. The village lights still glimmered behind them, but ahead lay the darker territory, where Hogsmeade ended and the wilderness began. Not quite the forbidden forest, but not entirely safe either. The snow here was deeper, untouched, except for the tracks of small animals. A fox, perhaps, or rabbits seeking shelter. "Are we sure this is a good idea?" Neville asked, though he kept walking steadily. "It's getting properly dark, and we're heading away from the village." The witch said to look for stones that glow. Hermione reminded them, her wand out now, lit with a soft lumos that cast blue-white light across the snow. And that the path would be marked if the day was right. We just need to find the beginning. They walked in silence for several minutes, their breath forming clouds, boots crunching through snow that came up to their ankles in places. The sounds of the village faded completely, replaced by the peculiar quiet of winter woods. Not true silence, but the muffled hush of snow-absorbing sound, punctuated occasionally by the crack of a branch under ice or the distant call of an owl. "There," Harry said, suddenly, pointing. Just ahead, barely visible in the gathering dusk, a stone jutted from the snow at the path's edge. It was roughly the size of a pumpkin, its surface worn smooth by weather and time, and it glowed, faintly but unmistakably, with a soft golden light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat made visible. "That's it," Luna breathed, moving forward with sudden purpose. That's the marker. They gathered around the stone, studying it. The glow emanated from within somehow, not a spell cast upon the surface, but something intrinsic to the rock itself. Harry reached out tentatively, and when his fingers brushed the cold surface, he felt a tingle of recognition. Old magic, the kind that predated wands and formal spells, that came from the earth itself. Look, there's another. Ron had moved ahead, pointing to where a second stone glowed perhaps 20 feet further along, just visible through the trees. They followed the path of stones like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale, each one glowing with that same warm golden light. The stones led them away from the established path, into a part of the woods Harry didn't recognize. The trees here were older, their trunks thick, their branches reaching overhead to create a canopy that, even bare of leaves, made the space feel enclosed, protected. The quality of twilight changed as they walked. It should have been growing darker, but instead, the glow from the stones seemed to accumulate, creating a perpetual dusk that was neither day nor night, but something suspended between. Snowflakes drifted down through the branches, but they fell more slowly here, as if time itself moved differently. "This is very old magic," Hermione whispered, and Harry understood her impulse to speak quietly. This place demanded reverence, the way Hogwarts' oldest corridors did, the way the room where the mirror of Erist had been kept did. "I can feel it. Can you feel it?" They all nodded. It was impossible not to feel it. A presence that wasn't threatening, but was undeniably powerful. The air itself seemed charged, heavy with possibility and memory. "How many people do you think have walked this path?" Neville wondered aloud. "Over all the years?" "Hundreds," Luna said with certainty. "Thousands, maybe, all with wishes in their hearts, all hoping the well would hear them." The stones led them deeper, and the trees began to thin. Harry could see more sky ahead, stars emerging in the darkening blue. And then, quite suddenly, the trees parted entirely, and they stepped into a clearing. The grove was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, ringed by ancient trees whose branches curved inward like protective arms. The ground was covered in snow that sparkled with the same starlight quality as Hogsmeade streets, but more intense here, more concentrated. And in the center of the clearing, exactly where it should be, stood the well. It was made of stone, grey granite worn smooth by centuries, covered in climbing ivy that shouldn't have been green in December, but was, its leaves glossy and alive. The ivy had small white flowers blooming despite the cold, their petals catching the strange light and reflecting it back in soft rainbow halos. The well itself was perhaps 4 feet tall, its opening covered by an iron grate worked in intricate patterns, Celtic knots and spirals that seemed to move when viewed peripherally. But most striking was the water. Through the grate, Harry could see it, impossibly far down, as if the well descended through the earth to some underground lake. The water glowed with silver light, bright enough to illuminate the well's interior walls, bright enough to cast shadows upward into the evening air. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, and her voice held genuine awe, something rare for someone as analytically minded as she was. They approached slowly, as if the well were a wild animal that might startle. The ivy rustled though there was no wind, and the white flowers released a scent like honey and moonlight. If moonlight had a scent, Harry thought, it would smell like this. Luna reached the well first, kneeling in the snow, without regard for the cold or wet, pressing her hands against the stone, her eyes closed, and the smile played across her lips. "Hello," she whispered to the well, or perhaps to whatever magic resided within it. "We've been looking for you." The silver light pulsed in response. Or maybe Harry imagined it. It was impossible to tell in this place what was real magic and what was the expectation of magic made manifest through belief. Ron walked around the well's circumference, studying it from all angles. "There's writing," he said, pointing. "Look, carved into the stone." They gathered to see. The inscription was worn almost smooth by weather and time, but it was still legible, carved in letters that predated the modern alphabet. Something older, something that felt like it belonged to druids or ancient wizards who'd practiced magic before Hogwarts had been a dream in the founders' minds. "Can you read it?" Harry asked Hermione, who was already kneeling to trace the letters with her fingers. "It's Old English, I think, or something close to it." "Let me see." She pulled out her wand, using its light to illuminate the carved words. "One wish, spoken true from the heart, for the good of others, rather than self." She looked up, her face thoughtful. "It's exactly what the witch told us." "So it only grants wishes that are for other people?" Ron asked, sounding uncertain. "Not for yourself at all?" "That's what it says," Neville confirmed, reading over Hermione's shoulder. "Wishes have to be selfless, for others, not ourselves." "That's actually rather profound," Hermione said, sitting back on her heels. "Most magic requires will and intention, focused on specific outcomes. This is asking for something different, for genuine care about others' well-being. That's much harder to fake than raw magical power." Harry moved to the grate, peering down into the depths. The silver water glowed steadily, and staring into it was like staring into liquid starlight. The longer he looked, the more he thought he could see things moving in those depths. Not creatures, but images, faces, perhaps, moments, memories or possibilities. It was impossible to say which. "Do you think it actually works?" Ron asked, and his voice held an unusual note. Not quite hope, not quite skepticism, but something between. "Only one way to find out," Luna said practically. She remained kneeling by the well, her hands still pressed to its stone, looking more grounded and present than Harry had ever seen her. "But I think it does. I think it's been working for a very long time." The clearing had grown darker while they'd been examining the well, true night settling over the grove. But it didn't feel dark. The silver light from the water, combined with the golden glow of the marker stones and the starlight in the snow, to create illumination that was gentle and sufficient. Overhead, stars emerged in their thousands, brighter than Harry had ever seen them, unobscured by any light pollution or atmospheric interference. "It's like we're outside of normal space," Hermione murmured, tilting her head back to look at the sky. "Outside of normal time even. This place exists in a pocket of its own." "Protected," Neville added. "That's what it feels like nothing bad could reach here." They stood in contemplative silence, each processing what they'd found, what it might mean. The well waited patiently, as it had waited for centuries, for millennia perhaps. Water trickled somewhere deep within its depths, a sound like distant music or very old laughter. Harry found himself thinking about wishes, what he'd wish for if he could wish for anything, for himself. He'd wished for so much over the years, for his parents back, for Sirius safe, for Voldemort defeated, for the war to end, for his friends to be protected. Some of those wishes had been granted, after a fashion. Some never would be. But those had all been in their way about himself, about what he wanted, what he needed. This well asked for something different. Not what he wanted for himself, but what he wanted for others. Not what would make his own life easier or happier, but what would help the people he cared about. It was a subtle difference, but an important one. The witch said the well is particular, Hermione said, breaking the silence, that it can sense intention. It won't grant selfish wishes disguised as selfless ones. So we have to really mean it, Ron said slowly. Have to actually want good things for other people more than we want things for ourselves. Is that so hard? Luna asked, genuinely curious. Wanting happiness for people you love? No, Harry said quietly. No, it's not hard at all. He thought about his friends, Ron and Hermione, who'd stood by him through everything, who'd risked their lives, who'd never wavered. Neville, who'd found his courage and his strength, who'd grown into someone Harry admired deeply. Luna, who saw the world differently than everyone else and made that difference a gift rather than a burden. He thought about the Weasleys, about Hagrid, about McGonagall and Lupin and Sirius's memory, about all the people who'd shaped him, protected him, cared for him. He wanted good things for them, not abstract good things, specific joys, specific peace, specific happiness, tailored to who they were and what they needed. I think I know what I'd wish for, Neville said softly, if we're really going to do this. Me too, Hermione added. Yeah, Ron agreed. Me too. Luna smiled, that distant, knowing smile. The well already knows what we'll wish for. It's known since we started walking this path. But we still have to speak the wishes aloud. That's part of the magic, acknowledging what we want for others, making it real through words. Should we go in order? Harry asked. Or all together? One at a time feels right, Hermione said. This is personal, individual. They looked at each other, and Harry saw his own nervousness reflected back. Not fear, exactly, but the weight of doing something meaningful, something that might actually matter. Magic was often flashy, dramatic, obvious. This was different, quieter, deeper. I'll go first, Harry offered, stepping forward to the well's edge. The silver water seemed to brighten as he approached, as if acknowledging his presence. He placed his hands on the stone lip of the well, feeling its solidity, its age, its patient accumulation of countless wishes spoken here over countless years. The ivy rustled approvingly, and one of the white flowers dropped a petal that landed on his hand, soft as snow. He thought about what he wanted to say, how to phrase it. The well required truth, sincerity, genuine care. He thought about his friends standing behind him, about everyone he loved in the world, about what would make their lives better, fuller, more joyful. The silver light pulsed, waiting. Harry took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice quiet but steady, carrying his wish down into the depths where ancient magic listened and perhaps prepared to respond. The grove held its breath. The stars wheeled overhead in their eternal patterns. And in a hidden clearing near Hogsmeade, 5 young people stood before an ancient well, ready to speak wishes into the listening dark, ready to ask for goodness, not for themselves, but for others, ready to participate in magic that was older and simpler and more powerful than any spell they'd learned within Hogwarts walls. The well's water glowed brighter, welcoming their words, preparing to carry their wishes out into the world in whatever way the old magic determined best. And the ivy bloomed with more flowers, white petals opening to the starlight, blessing the moment with their presence and their ancient, patient approval. Harry's hands felt warm against the cold stone, as if the well itself was lending him courage. The silver light from the depths illuminated his face, casting shadows that made him look older, more thoughtful. He closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his thoughts, feeling the weight of sincerity the well demanded. "I wish," he began, his voice quiet but clear in the winter stillness, "for my friends to find happiness and safety. Not just now, but in all the years ahead. I wish for them to know peace, real peace, the kind that lets you sleep soundly and wake up without fear. I wish for Ron and Hermione to have the lives they deserve, full of love and laughter. For Neville to see himself as brave as everyone else sees him. For Luna to always find wonder in the world, and for that wonder to protect her." As he spoke, the silver light grew brighter, pulsing with each word as if the well was drinking them in, absorbing his intention. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not painful, but significant, like giving away something precious and finding that the giving itself was its own reward. "I wish for the people who've protected me, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Remus, all of them, to know that their care mattered, that it changed everything. I wish for them to feel valued and loved, the way they've made me feel valued and loved." The warmth spread from his hands up his arms, gentle and affirming. The ivy rustled more vigorously now, and more white petals fell, drifting down like snow that glowed faintly silver. Harry opened his eyes and looked down into the well's depths. For just a moment, he thought he saw images in the water, Ron and Hermione, older, happy, standing together, Neville in a greenhouse, surrounded by impossible plants, smiling with pure contentment. Luna in some distant place, her face turned toward something beautiful that only she could see. Then the images faded, and there was only the silver glow, steady and certain. Harry stepped back, feeling lighter somehow, as if he'd been carrying something heavy without realizing it, and had finally set it down. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, wordless but approving. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears, though she was smiling. "That was beautiful, Harry," she said softly. "Who's next?" Harry asked, his voice slightly rough. Ron squared his shoulders, approaching the well with the determined expression he wore when facing something that scared him, but that he refused to back down from. He placed his hands where Harry's had been, and the well seemed to welcome him, its light shifting slightly, still silver, but with perhaps a hint of gold mixed in now. Ron was quiet for a long moment, staring down into the depths. When he finally spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. "I wish," he said, "for my family to always have enough. Not just money or food, though yeah, that too, but enough peace, enough time together, enough proof that they matter, that they're valued, that all the sacrificing Mum and Dad do isn't for nothing." The well's light pulsed, acknowledging his words. "I wish for my brothers to find what they're looking for, whatever that is for each of them. For Percy to stop being so stubborn and come back to us properly. For Fred and George to know that making people laugh is real magic, important magic. For Charlie and Bill to have adventures but come home safe. For Ginny to be strong and happy and never doubt herself." Ron's voice cracked slightly on the last words, and he paused, swallowing hard. "And I wish for Mum and Dad to know that being a Weasley, being part of our family, that's everything to me, that I wouldn't trade it for all the gold in Gringotts or all the glory in the world. They gave us something more important than anything else. They gave us each other." The well blazed brighter for a moment, so bright that they all had to look away. When Harry looked back, Ron was stepping away from the well, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand, not quite managing to hide that he was crying. But he was smiling too, the kind of smile that spoke of catharsis, of truth spoken and burden lifted. Hermione went to him immediately, taking his hand. "That was perfect, Ron," she said, and kissed his cheek. Then she approached the well herself, her movements precise and purposeful, though Harry could see her hands trembling slightly as she placed them on the stone. The silver light seemed to sharpen somehow, becoming more focused, as if recognizing the particular quality of Hermione's mind, her clarity, her precision, her fierce intelligence married to equally fierce compassion. "I wish," Hermione began, her voice steady despite the tears still glistening in her eyes, "for knowledge to be used for good, for people to make the wizarding world, all worlds, more fair, more just, more kind. I wish for understanding between magical and non-magical people, for the barriers of ignorance and fear to come down." She paused, organizing her thoughts with characteristic precision. "I wish for my parents to always be safe and happy, even if they don't remember me fully, even if the modifications I made to their memories mean I'm not quite their daughter anymore the way I used to be. I wish for them to have joy in their lives." Her voice wavered on those words, and Harry felt a pang of sympathy. Hermione had modified her parents' memories to protect them during the war, had removed herself from their lives to keep them safe. It was a sacrifice few understood, a particular kind of loneliness. "And I wish," Hermione continued, her voice strengthening, "for my friends to see themselves clearly, for Harry to understand that he doesn't have to carry everything alone, for Ron to know that he's enough, more than enough, exactly as he is, for Neville to recognize his own strength, for Luna to always find people who appreciate her uniqueness instead of mocking it." The well's response was different this time. The silver light didn't just pulse, it seemed to spiral, moving in the water like liquid mercury forming patterns. For a moment, the patterns looked almost like words, like equations, like the visual representation of complex magical theory. Then they dissolved back into simple radiance. Hermione stepped back, and Ron pulled her into a hug immediately. She buried her face in his shoulder for a moment, composing herself, then straightened with a watery smile. "Right then," she said, businesslike despite the emotion in her voice, "Neville?" Neville approached the well with visible trepidation, his round face showing the internal battle between wanting to participate and being terrified of doing it wrong. But he placed his hands on the stone with only a slight tremor, and the well received him as it had the others, with that same patient, ancient welcome. "I'm not good with words," Neville said, almost apologetically. "Not like you lot, but I'll try." "The well doesn't need eloquence," Luna said gently from behind him. "Just honesty." Neville nodded, taking courage from her words. "I wish for courage, for everyone who doubts themselves. Not just me, though yeah, I could use it too. But for everyone who feels like they're not good enough, not smart enough, not brave enough, I wish they could see what other people see in them. The well glowed warmer, and Neville's posture straightened slightly, as if he could feel the magic responding. I wish for my Gran to find peace. She's carried so much. Losing my grandfather, then what happened to my parents, raising me when I know I'm not the grandson she hoped for. I wish she could let go of some of that weight, know that it's okay to just be, without always being strong, always being proper, always maintaining the family honor. His voice grew firmer, more confident, and I wish for my parents, for Mum and Dad, wherever they are in their minds, whatever they can understand. I wish for them to feel loved, to have moments of happiness, even small ones, to know somehow that I think about them every day, that I'm trying to make them proud. The well's light grew so gentle then, so soft and warm, that it looked less like water and more like luminous mist. Neville's eyes widened, and he made a small sound. Not quite a gasp, not quite a sob. Harry saw a single tear roll down his friend's cheek, catching the silver light. "Thank you," Neville whispered to the well, and the words felt like prayer, like benediction. He stepped back slowly, reverently, and stood beside the others, his face showing a kind of peaceful vulnerability that Harry had rarely seen in him. Finally, Luna drifted forward. She moved differently than the others had, less like she was approaching something and more like she was joining something, becoming part of it. When she placed her hands on the well stone, the ivy reacted immediately, curling toward her fingers, the white flowers opening wider as if to better catch the starlight. Luna looked down into the silver water for a long time before speaking. When she did, her voice held that dreamy quality, but underneath it was bedrock certainty, absolute conviction. I wish for creatures, seen and unseen, believed in and doubted, to be understood and protected, for people to look at the world with wonder instead of fear, to see magic in unexpected places, for the things that everyone says don't exist to have someone who believes in them anyway. The water in the well began to move, swirling in patterns that defied the usual behavior of liquid, spiraling upward in thin tendrils that caught the starlight and refracted it into impossible colors. The others watched, transfixed, as the water seemed to dance to Luna's words. I wish for my father to find joy again, the way he had before my mother died, not to forget her, never to forget her, but to remember that she'd want him to be happy, to laugh, to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, the way she taught us both to do. Luna's voice remained steady, serene, but Harry heard the depth of love in it, the particular ache of a child who'd lost a parent too young and watched the remaining parents struggle to keep living fully. And I wish, Luna concluded, for my friends to always find each other, no matter how far apart life takes them, for the bonds we've made to be stronger than distance or time or change, for us to remain kindred spirits, even when the world tries to convince us we're too different to understand each other. The well's response was extraordinary. The silver light exploded upward in a fountain of luminescence, droplets of glowing water arcing up into the winter air and falling back like liquid stars. But the droplets never touched them. Instead, they hung suspended for a moment, forming a dome of light over the clearing, each droplet containing a tiny reflection of their group. 5 friends, standing together in a sacred place, having spoken their heart's truths. Then, gently, the droplets fell back into the well, and the light returned to its steady silver glow. But something had changed. The air felt different, clearer, lighter, as if a great working of magic had been completed successfully. For a long moment, none of them spoke. They simply stood there in the grove, watching the well, feeling the weight and wonder of what they'd done. Harry felt different inside, not transformed dramatically, but shifted, settled, as if some part of him had been holding tension he hadn't known about, and speaking his wish had released it. "Did it work?" Ron asked finally, his voice hushed. "Did the wishes do anything?" "They did something," Hermione said, though she sounded awed rather than analytical. "I can feel it, can't you? Like the magic went out into the world, spreading toward the people we spoke about." "It's not instant," Luna said, still standing by the well, one hand resting on the stone. "Wishes like these work slowly, subtly. They influence probabilities, nudge circumstances, open doors that might have stayed closed. You might never know when your wish made a difference, but it will. The well doesn't lie." Neville looked around the clearing, at the ancient trees, the starlit snow, the glowing marker stones that had led them here. "This place," he said slowly, "it's one of those moments you know you'll remember forever. One of those perfect moments that makes everything else make sense." Harry understood exactly what he meant. There were moments in life that felt significant while you were living them. Not just in retrospect, but in the actual experiencing. This was one of those. Standing in a hidden grove with his best friends, having spoken wishes into ancient magic, watching silver light pulse with the heartbeat of something older than memory. The well seemed to pulse once more, a final acknowledgement, and then began to dim, not going dark, but returning to a more quiescent state. Its work was done. The wishes had been heard, accepted, sent out into the world to do whatever work they would do. "We should head back," Hermione said reluctantly, checking her watch by wandlight. "It's nearly 5:30. We've still got time before the last group leaves, but we shouldn't push it." They moved away from the well slowly, none of them wanting to leave, but all knowing they must. Harry looked back once and saw the ivy waving, the white flowers glowing softly, the water still luminous in the depths. The well would be here, presumably, for another year, another cycle, waiting for the next seekers, the next wishers, the next people who needed to speak their heart's truths to something that would listen without judgment and respond with ancient blessing. The marker stones guided them back, glowing golden as before, leading them through the darkening woods towards civilization and warmth and the mundane world they'd temporarily left behind. But something traveled with them, some echo of the grove's magic, some residue of having touched something sacred and been touched by it in return. They walked in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts, each processing what had happened. Above them, stars wheeled in their patterns. Around them, the winter woods held their peace. And ahead, Hogsmeade waited, warm and welcoming, ready to receive them back into its Christmas-decorated embrace. But they were different now, Harry thought, changed in small but meaningful ways. They'd given something of themselves tonight. Not blood or sacrifice in any dark sense, but something more valuable, genuine hope for others' happiness. And in giving it, they'd received something back, a sense of connection, of purpose, of having participated in magic, that mattered beyond spells and potions and academic achievement. The last marker stone appeared, and beyond it, the path back to recognizable territory. They paused there for a moment, at the threshold between the hidden and the known. "Thank you," Luna said, to no one in particular and all of them at once, "for coming with me, for believing enough to look." "Always," Harry said, and meant it with his whole heart. Then they stepped back into the regular world, leaving the grove and its well and its ancient magic behind them, but carrying its blessing forward, woven now into the fabric of who they were and who they might become. The village revealed itself gradually as they emerged from the woods, and Harry felt the peculiar disorientation of returning to normal space after time spent somewhere decidedly abnormal. The transition was almost physical, a subtle pressure change, a shift in the quality of air, as if they'd been holding their breath underwater and had finally surfaced. Hogsmeade at night was a different creature than Hogsmeade by day. The enchanted decorations had taken on a dreamlike quality in the darkness. The singing icicles had softened their carols to lullabies. Silent night drifted through the air in crystalline harmonies that seemed to come from the stars themselves, rather than from ice. The snow on the ground glowed brighter now, compensating for the absence of sunlight, each flake a tiny lantern guiding the way. The streets were quieter, but not empty. Students still wandered in small groups, making their way toward the meeting point for the final journey back to Hogwarts. Shop windows blazed with warm light, though many proprietors were beginning their closing routines, dimming back rooms, counting tills, covering displays with protective cloths. The day was winding down, but it was doing so reluctantly, as if Hogsmeade itself was loath to let go of this particular Saturday. "I'm starving," Ron announced, breaking the contemplative silence they'd maintained since leaving the grove. "Properly starving, like I could eat a hippogriff." "You're always starving," Hermione pointed out, but her tone was affectionate. "Though I admit, I could use something warm. We've been outside for hours." "Three Broomsticks," Harry suggested, though he could already see that many students had the same idea. The pub's windows glowed especially bright, and the sounds of conversation and laughter spilled out each time the door opened. They made their way down High Street, and Harry found himself noticing details he'd missed earlier. The way each shop had its own distinct personality in its decorations. The way the enchanted lights reflected off windows to create layers of illumination. The way the village seemed to nestle into the landscape as if it had grown there rather than been built. Centuries of magical habitation had given Hogsmeade a quality that newer places lacked, a sense of rootedness, of belonging. Luna had stopped in front of a shop window, tilting her head to study something. The others paused with her, and Harry saw what had caught her attention, a display of snow globes, each one containing a different miniature scene. Hogwarts Castle in one, the Forbidden Forest in another, Hogsmeade itself in a third. But as they watched, the scenes moved. Tiny figures walked through the tiny streets. Tiny snow fell inside the globes, settling and then vanishing to fall again in an endless cycle. "They're capturing today," Luna said with certainty. "Look, that one has us in it." She pointed to a globe showing the Three Broomsticks, and incredibly, impossibly, there were 5 small figures visible through the tiny window, barely more than dots, but recognizable somehow by their positioning, their relative heights, their colors. That's impossible, Hermione breathed. Snow globes can't have real-time display enchantments. The magical complexity would be enormous, and the drain on whoever cast it. Maybe it's not about complexity, Neville suggested quietly. Maybe it's about the village wanting to remember, to hold on to good days. They stood there for another moment, watching their tiny selves move in the tiny pub. Then Luna smiled and moved on. We're making memories, she said simply. The kind that matter. The village knows. The Three Broomsticks was indeed packed, but Madame Rosmerta spotted them immediately and gestured toward a small table near the fire that was just being cleared. Back again, she called, over the noise, grinning. You lot must have frozen solid out there. Go on, take that table. I'll bring hot chocolate. You look like you need it. They squeezed around the table gratefully, shedding cloaks and scarves, holding half-frozen hands toward the fire's warmth. The heat was almost painful at first, that particular sensation of frozen flesh remembering what warmth felt like. But gradually, comfort returned. Feeling returned to fingers and toes. The cold that had seeped deep into bones began to retreat. The promised hot chocolate arrived. Not the thin, tepid stuff served at Muggle cafes, but thick and rich and topped with cream that had been spelled to stay perfectly whipped. Each cup had a cinnamon stick and a peppermint candy cane, both enchanted to stir themselves and release their flavors gradually. Harry wrapped his hands around the mug and took a sip, feeling the warmth spread through his chest like a benediction. So, Ron said, once they'd all had a chance to thaw and drink, are we going to talk about what just happened? Or are we going to pretend we didn't just find a magical wishing well and pour our hearts out to it? I think we should talk about it, Hermione said. She'd pulled out her notebook. Of course she had. But instead of writing, she just held it, as if needing something concrete to anchor herself. That was significant, real magic, old magic, the kind that doesn't get studied or categorized because it exists outside the usual frameworks. Do you think the wishes will actually work? Neville asked, his voice uncertain but hopeful. Or was it more symbolic, like the act of wishing matters more than any actual outcome? Luna sipped her chocolate, leaving a cream moustache that she didn't bother to wipe away. Both, she said. The wishing changes us, makes us acknowledge what we truly want for others, which changes how we act toward them. But the well also sends something out, influence, possibility, gentle pushes in helpful directions. How do you know that? Ron asked, not challenging, but genuinely curious. I don't know it, Luna admitted. I believe it. There's a difference, but not as big a difference as people think. Harry stared into his hot chocolate, watching the cream swirl as his cinnamon stick stirred. He thought about what he'd wished for, happiness and safety for his friends, peace for the people who'd protected him. Were those wishes already working? Or would they take time, working slowly, opening doors and softening obstacles in ways no one would ever be able to trace directly? Perhaps it didn't matter. Perhaps Luna was right. Perhaps the act of wishing, of speaking those hopes aloud to something that listened, was itself transformative. He felt different, lighter, more connected to his friends than he'd felt even before, which seemed impossible given how close they already were. I'm glad we found it, he said quietly. Even if nothing else comes of it, I'm glad we went looking. Me too, Hermione agreed. It's easy to get caught up in studying magic, analyzing it, breaking it down into components and rules. But tonight was a reminder that some magic is meant to be experienced, not understood. That's surprisingly un-Hermione of you, Ron teased gently. I contain multitudes, Hermione replied primly, but she was smiling. They finished their hot chocolate and ordered a round of sandwiches to tide them over until dinner at the castle. The pub gradually emptied as students headed toward the meeting point, but their group lingered, reluctant to end the day, to break the spell of this particular Saturday that had given them so much. Madame Rosmerta appeared with their bill, but when Hermione reached for her coin purse, the woman waved her off. On the house, she said. I don't know what you five got up to today, but you've got the look of people who've found something special. Days like that should be celebrated, not charged for. Thank you, Harry said, surprised and touched. That's very kind. We take care of our students here, Rosmerta replied, her expression warm. You're part of the village, in your way, part of its story. Enjoy the rest of your evening. She swept away to tend to other customers, leaving them staring after her in pleased bewilderment. Free butterbeer and hot chocolate, Ron said. Best day ever. I think there were other good parts too, Neville said dryly, and they all laughed. Finally, they could delay no longer. The last group back to Hogwarts would be leaving at 6, and it was already 1:45. They gathered their packages, the bags from Honeydukes and Zonkos, the books, the seeds, the chess pieces, the carved stag in Harry's pocket, the painted stones in Luna's bag, all the treasures they'd found in the secret market. Each item felt heavier with meaning now, weighted with memory of the day they'd acquired it. The meeting point was near the Three Broomsticks, in the small square that served as Hogsmeade's unofficial centre. Filch was there, looking sour as usual, checking off names on his clipboard. Mrs. Norris wound between students' legs, her lamp-like eyes gleaming in the enchanted light. Cutting it close, Filch said accusingly when they arrived. Another 5 minutes and you'd have been left behind. But we're not late, Hermione pointed out reasonably. We're exactly on time. Filch muttered something under his breath about smarty-pants students and marked them present with more force than necessary, his quill actually tearing the parchment slightly. The group heading back was smaller than the one that had arrived that morning, perhaps 20 students total, mostly younger years who had curfews to observe. The older students would stay later, some not returning until well after dark, taking advantage of the weekend freedom. But Harry didn't mind leaving now. The day felt complete. Anything more would have been excessive, gilding the lily. They set off up the path, boots crunching through snow that had accumulated during the day. The walk to Hogwarts took about 20 minutes from the village centre, and Harry found himself falling into a comfortable rhythm, sandwiched between Ron and Hermione, with Neville and Luna bringing up the rear, all of them part of the loose procession of students, making their way home. Home. Harry tested the word in his mind. Hogwarts was home in a way the Dursleys' house had never been, in a way that even Grimmauld Place, with all its memories of Sirius, couldn't quite match. The castle was where he'd found himself, found his people, found magic both literal and metaphorical. Walking toward it now, watching its windows begin to glow as lamps were lit for the evening, he felt a rush of affection so strong it was almost painful. The sky had cleared fully, clouds dissipating to reveal a spectacular display of stars. Without the light pollution that plagued Muggle cities, the heavens revealed themselves in their full glory. The Milky Way, a bright band across the darkness, individual stars so numerous they seemed to overlap, constellations standing out in sharp relief. Harry picked out Sirius, the dog star, brightest in the sky, named for his godfather who'd loved him, who died protecting him, who he carried in his heart always. "Beautiful night," Neville observed, following Harry's gaze upward, "clear as I've ever seen it." "Perfect end to a perfect day," Luna added dreamily. "The universe is pleased with us." "The universe has opinions now?" Ron asked, amused. "The universe always has opinions," Luna replied seriously. "Most people just don't listen." They walked on, and Harry let the conversation wash over him. Ron and Hermione debating whether the enchanted chess pieces would actually improve Ron's game or just make him lazy. Neville wondering aloud about the best way to cultivate his extinct plant seeds. Luna humming a tune that might have been a carol, or might have been something she was inventing on the spot. The path wound upward, and Hogsmeade began to disappear behind them. Harry looked back once and saw the village nestled in its valley, lights twinkling like a constellation brought to earth. The singing icicles were too far away to hear now, but he imagined he could still catch traces of their melody on the wind. "We wish you a Merry Christmas," fading into the distance, a benediction and a promise. Hogwarts grew larger as they approached, and details began to resolve. He could see individual windows now, see the towers rising against the starry sky, see the warm glow spilling from the great hall where students would already be gathering for dinner. Smoke rose from Hagrid's hut, and Harry felt a surge of fondness for his first friend in the magical world, the half-giant who'd appeared on his 11th birthday and changed everything. "Do you think we'll remember this day?" Neville asked suddenly. "Years from now, when we're old and everything is different, will we remember exactly how it felt?" "I think so," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Some days are like that. They stamp themselves into memory so firmly, they never fade. Today feels like one of those days." "We should come back," Ron suggested. "Next year, same day. Try to find the market and the well again. Make it a tradition." "The well only appears once a year," Luna reminded him. "It might not be the same day next year. These things follow their own calendars." "Then whenever it appears," Ron amended. "We'll find it. We found it once. We can find it again." Harry smiled at the thought. Years stretching ahead, this group of friends returning again and again to seek out Hogsmeade's secrets, to make wishes for each other, to maintain the bonds they'd forged. It was a good vision, a hopeful one. They reached the castle gates, and the familiar protective magic washed over them. The sense of wards recognizing students, of Hogwarts welcoming its children home. The gates swung open without being touched, and they passed through into the grounds proper. The castle rose before them, magnificent and slightly intimidating as always. Gargoyles perched on corners, their stone eyes seeming to follow movement. Suits of armor stood at attention in alcoves. Through windows, they could see portraits chatting with each other, ghosts drifting through walls. The general bustle of castle life continuing its eternal patterns. They climbed the front steps, wide stone stairs worn smooth by generations of students, and pushed through the massive oak doors into the entrance hall. Warmth enveloped them immediately, along with the smell of dinner, roast beef tonight, if Harry's nose wasn't deceiving him, along with Yorkshire pudding and roasted vegetables and the ever-present treacle tart for dessert. Students streamed toward the Great Hall, but Harry's group paused in the entrance hall, reluctant to separate even for the brief time it would take to drop off their purchases in their dormitories. "That was the best Hogsmeade visit ever," Ron declared, "and I include the time Fred and George set off fireworks in the middle of High Street." "It was special," Hermione agreed. "Genuinely, meaningfully special. Thank you all for being willing to explore, to look for hidden things, to trust that there was more to find." "That's what friends do," Neville said simply. "They explore together. They trust each other. They make wishes for each other's happiness." Luna smiled her distant smile, but her eyes were warm as they moved from face to face. "We're very lucky," she said, "to have found each other, to have had today, to have so many more days ahead." Harry felt emotion tighten his throat. She was right. They were lucky. Despite everything he'd been through, despite the losses and the pain and the fear, he'd been given this: friendship that ran deeper than blood, bonds that felt unbreakable, moments of pure joy and wonder that made everything else worthwhile. "Group hug," Ron suggested, and before anyone could protest the sentimentality, he'd pulled them all together. 5 friends standing in a circle in the entrance hall, arms around each other, holding tight. They stood there for a long moment, and Harry felt the warmth of them. Ron's solid presence, Hermione's fierce loyalty, Neville's quiet strength, Luna's gentle wisdom. These were his people, his family, chosen rather than given. The ones who'd stand with him through anything, who'd celebrate his joys and share his burdens, who'd make wishes for his happiness to ancient magic in hidden groves. "Right," Hermione said finally, her voice slightly thick, pulling back and wiping at her eyes. "Dinner. We should eat before everything gets cold. And I need to put these chess pieces somewhere safe," Ron added. "Can't have them wandering off to challenge random students to matches." They separated, heading toward their respective dormitories. Gryffindor Tower for most of them, Ravenclaw Tower for Luna. Plans were made to meet in the common room later, to perhaps play cards, or just sit by the fire and talk. The day was ending, but the friendships it had strengthened would continue. Harry climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, his hand in his pocket touching the carved stag, feeling its warmth. The castle embraced him as he walked, the moving staircases cooperative for once, the portraits offering friendly greetings, even Peeves refraining from causing trouble as Harry passed. It was as if Hogwarts itself approved of the day, of the adventures undertaken, of the magic engaged with. In the dormitory, he placed his honeydew sweets in his trunk, arranged his purchases from the secret market with care, and changed into comfortable clothes before heading back down to the common room. The fire was roaring, students were scattered across sofas and armchairs, and the general atmosphere was one of contentment and warmth. Ron and Hermione were already there, sitting together on a sofa near the fire, heads close together as they talked quietly. Neville arrived moments after Harry, his face still showing the peaceful wonder that had settled over him since the wishing well. They claimed chairs near the fire, and conversation flowed easily, not about anything important, just the comfortable talk of people who enjoyed each other's company. Through the common room windows, Harry could see the night fully established now, stars brilliant against the darkness. Somewhere out there, beyond the castle wards, Hogsmeade nestled in its valley, its secrets safely hidden again until the next seekers came looking. Somewhere, a wishing well waited in a hidden grove, its silver water holding wishes spoken in hope and love. Somewhere, the magic they'd engaged with continued its slow, subtle work, nudging the world toward the outcomes 5 young people had wished for. But here, now, in this moment, Harry was simply present, warm and fed, and surrounded by friends, carrying the memory of an extraordinary day like a precious gift. Tomorrow would bring homework and Quidditch, practice, and all the usual concerns of student life. But tonight, he could rest in the certainty that some magic was real in the deepest sense, not just spells and potions, but connection and wonder and the particular enchantment of friendship that transformed ordinary days into something memorable. The fire crackled, someone started singing a Christmas carol, and others joined in. Ron challenged Hermione to chess, and her enchanted bookmarks from Honeydukes peeked out from the book she'd been reading, marking her place faithfully. Neville examined his plant seeds one more time, his expression full of plans and possibilities. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the boy who'd carried too much weight too young, sat in a comfortable chair in Gryffindor Tower and felt something rare and precious, simple, uncomplicated happiness. Outside, snow began to fall again, gentle, sparkling, blessing the castle and grounds with winter's beauty. The enchanted icicles sang their carols. The portraits gossiped and told stories. The house elves prepared breakfast for tomorrow. And Hogwarts, ancient and wise and endlessly patient, watched over its students with the love of centuries, holding them safe through another night, giving them a place to belong, a home to return to. Magic both learned and lived. The day was complete. The memories were made. The wishes were spoken and released. And tomorrow would bring new adventures, new discoveries, new moments of wonder and friendship and magic both ordinary and extraordinary. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, there was only this: warmth and safety and belonging and joy, wrapped together like the best Christmas present, given freely and received with gratitude, the perfect end to a perfect day in the best possible place, surrounded by the best possible people. Home.